Hello! Welcome everybody. I'm ate a popsicle. I love sugar. I love sugar if I'm being honest with myself. I feel like sugar helps me function on a higher plane. Just like L from Death Note. We're gonna be playing a horror game today. I don't know how long the game will be. So we'll just play it until we're done. And then play marathon. I hope that's chill with everybody. Because you have to do what I want to do. Anyway. It's called Captured 2. It looks kind of like an anomaly hunting game, but I don't really... Sorry, my nose is drippy from eating popsicles. I don't really know. Oh, I love popsicle. Life is good. Where am I, by the way? Here we are. Hope everyone's having a great day. I am. We're gonna freaking play Captured 2. I'm booting it up right this very second. Okay, and now we go to freaking game time. This will work. Oh, it's working. It's working. It's chugging along. That's how you know we're gonna have a good time. That's how you freaking know. My mouse? Photosensitivity warning. Well, don't get photosynthesized, anybody. English? We speak English. Oh, yeah, you can detect my microphone. Input level. Hello? Check, check, check. Mic check? Mic check? Mic check? Hello? Hello? I think that's good. I think that's pretty good.
Attention. If you are watching this, you may be stuck in a loop.
Oh,
if your
man.
house feels unfamiliar, you may be stuck in a loop. If all ceiling lights and windows are gone, you may
Maybe
be
stuck
in
in a loop.
If any of these apply, please listen carefully to the following information.
We're stuck
It
in a
seems
loop.
your only means of communication with the outside world is through your video camera. We can view your recordings
Whoa.
just as you can view this broadcast. Each time you enter a new loop, there are small changes in your house. Do not
Whoa.
overlook any anomalies and make sure to capture them on camera. Each one is linked to a room, and you need to fully stand within it to capture the anomaly. Do not interact with any...
Oh. Oh. Slenderman? Oh, he's coming for us. There's gonna be... Oh, fuck. We're gonna be chased. I can tell already. This is gonna be a getting chased game. Oh, it's chugging. It's chugging. We might need to turn down some of the graphical settings. We'll see. Options. Graphics. Graphic preset medium. High, low, medium, high, low. High, low, medium. Let's just see what happens with medium. A happy medium. Let's play. Let's freaking play. Yeah, we're gonna just play normal mode. Normal style, baby. Oh, we're chugging again. Oh, yeah. Missing person, Emily Carter.
Oh, hi, Rose.
Hello.
It's your sister, Emily. You just woke up screaming, there's a man in the closet. Isn't that right?
Oh.
Okay. Don't scream this time. Let's have a look. Boo!
Ah! There.
No. Just close.
Just close.
So
That's a
next
classic,
time,
man.
You can just watch this video instead.
Oh.
Rose?
Oh no.
What just happened?
Oh, man.
Dad?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No!
Oh, man. Oh. Okay. Slender freaking man is still scary. I don't care. Oh, it's us now. Stuck in loop. Take a brief look around the house. Something seems off. All windows and ceiling lights are gone. This is a default loop and does not contain any abnormalities. Any changes to the environment later on. Okay. So we gotta look around here first. Oh my god, the controller sensitivity. See. Turn that down a whole bunch, please. Okay, that's better. Lady with the... Hey. It's kind of all pretty basic. Spooky. Spooky, their faces are blurred out. Oh, you have to open doors. This is kind of like Phasmophobia. This is a lot like Phasmophobia. Oh, it kind of makes me a bit dizzy. That's a locked door. Oh, okay. Cute! What is that, a Wahoo? A university? One was a total Chad. We got a clock. Okay, okay. Totally normal closet. Nope, I can't lock myself in there. Okay, this is where that little girl got snatched. That's really scary. Mrs. Taki. Oh, look at little piggy. Oh, good thing I can zoom in. Those publishers, you think? There's the world. Okay, okay. For some reason I thought that was a big beer can. Sneak to move more silently. When the noise indicator... Oh. So I have to be stealthy sometimes? If you're prone to motion sickness, you can turn off the immersive flashlight and head bob in general. Okay, let me know if any of this make y'all dizzy. I think I'm doing fine. I want the keys. Okay. 1997? 1997? Okay, and I think that's a loop. Okay, yeah, that's a loop. See, that's wrong. Um. Okay, this is easy. I know how to play these. Yeah. What is it? Deform room. Okay, so I think I'm just marking all the anomalies as I go through. I miss an anomaly, do I get like attacked by a demon? Oh no, that's scary. It's talking to me. Oh no, that's really scary. Scanning for anomalies drains your battery. Look around the house for new batteries. Batteries? Weakening batteries, man? Oh, you're really cute. Batteries? Batteries, please. Yes. Ching. Oh, I have that painting. Oh, no. They're talking scary style to me. I miss anomalies? Hallway object? What the heck? I thought I got those ones. Oh. I'm thinking that's a lighting anomaly. I think that's a light problem, man. Oh. Wait, this is really scary. What did I? Oh, 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 no, 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 man. You die by ring-a-ding? Run away from his path? Stay out of the hallway? Oh, man. Oh. No, don't welcome me back. Oh, it's never ending? Oh, the door's gone. No anomalies within range? Missing room? Close? The office is gone? Any of this different? I feel like I wasn't looking that hard the first time. Nice job with the math, kid. Okay, okay. Oh. Yes, this is a problem. Object is missing. I think it's deformed room. I think that's deformed room. Oh, that's probably my blood. Someone's playing cards. Oh, a gun? Okay, I think the last time I had gotten it wrong was because I had selected the wrong answer. So I didn't get 2 out of 6 anomalies. Oh, Hey. Oh, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Oh, 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 man. Oh, 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 missing clock. It's a missing object. Oh, I hate that telephone. Normal, looks normal, looks normal, looks normal. Shopping list. Okay, okay, I think we're okay. That looks fine.
It has been 5.5 months since 26 children vanished without a trace.
Oh,
Since
what?
then, more than 100 unexplained disappearances have been reported across the state. The only lead so far comes in the form of videotapes. Jason, last seen on July 11th in his family home, mysteriously disappeared from his bedroom. Days later, his family discovered new footage recorded by Jason himself on their home
I think I
camera.
got him.
Police began investigating video and audio devices found in other victims' homes, uncovering tapes from 7 more missing individuals.
Oh.
In the recordings, the victims appear trapped inside their own homes. Missing windows, distorted pictures, and disturbing anomalies are a common
Oh, the
theme
windows are all
across
gone.
all the recordings. Authorities have now
Oh.
released a statement urging the
Okay. We got two. We got two. I think that mirror's new. No. I'm just crazy. I've lost it. Oh, I don't want that thing to come down the hall again. Are these gonna be more subtle as time goes on? Oh, yes. Batteries, please. Oh, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Oh, oh. Oh, oh, I hate it. Stairs? Uh-oh. Is this an anomaly? Oh, no, man. Oh, oh, I don't like it. Oh, not the back rooms, man. Oh,
Emily?
that's me.
Emily, sweetheart, God, I hope you can hear this. The police took your tapes. They're looking into them. There were others as well. Other kids. But most don't have tapes. Other parents said to try calling our home number.
Oh,
They said they were able to communicate through your voicemail.
no.
You got this, kiddo. We miss you.
Oh,
Your sister asks me every day. I just don't know what to say.
oh, so she's safe. We're the one who got. Okay, okay. Please nothing scary. Please nothing scary. I hear the water. I see a slide. Well, that's nice. We like a fun little slide. Oh, yeah. Yippee! Oh. Yeah, I haven't been in a water slide in forever. This is good. This is good. I'm having a good time. Oh, whoa! Wait! This isn't so bad. Oh, yeah. How beautiful. It's feeling kind of wonky. The frame rate's going a little crazy on me. Let's bring it down a little bit, baby. Yeah, that's not too bad. Whoa. Who's this? Hello. Burn? Oh! I just killed him. Burn Walkie's toys. Yo, I'm having a good time. You think I have to find anomalies in here too? Up, 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 up. Oh, we can take slides all the time. Uh-oh. People go down these slides and never come back out? I like the blue slide. Yeah. Whoa. This freaking rules. Yeah. You know we gotta hit the other slides, man. Of course my VTube Studios crashes. Of course it crashes. Maybe I just need to find a different, like... Oh. This one? This one? I need to find a different, VTube app than VTube Studios. I feel like it crashes, like, multiple times every stream. Whoa! Whoa, whoa! Oh! Wait, no! What happened to the cute place? Oh, man. No, man! Some batteries for me? Is that a light anomaly? I feel like that's where I came out of, right? Oh, man. Oh, there's gonna be another thing that chases me. I'm not excited. Phone at exit? Are we back in the house? Wait, what the heck? What the heck? Am I in the same room? Am I in the same house? Oh. Scared. Oh no. This is bad. This is scary. I'll just keep going. Phone's ringing. The phones are freaking ringing. It's not coming from the off. Oh no 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 no. Oh oh oh. No man.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Jason.
Hi
I
Jason.
was captured. You must be captured too.
Oh.
I don't know what to do. I escaped my loop, only to end up here. I'm trying to map out your house, but I'm just not familiar with it. And as much as I try, I just can't memorize anything at this point.
Oh.
I only remember these doors. Doors, endless.
The doors are
Just be
endless.
very careful which one you pick.
Thanks, Jason. Oh. That's wrong. That's wrong. But is it supposed to be like too obvious and then I don't see the second one in here? Not that bug, man. Very cute. Still the same year. You know that calendar's going to change at some point. You know it. Okay. Oh, 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 no. Oh no. Forget. Oh.
Hey, kiddo. It's been a year.
Oh man, we've been in here for a year.
At least for you. Just a day. At least that's what the investigators told us.
Oh.
At least that in some tapes, kids seem to forget things. Like that place is slowly wiping their memories.
Oh, I can't remember shit
But you got
anymore.
this. Your sister and
This
I
is
are
my natural
waiting
state.
to get back. Don't forget that.
Man. Freaking Slender Man. This is the new default loop and it does not contain any anomalies. A new room has been unlocked. I have to worry about my sanity. This doesn't contain anything new. Or it might contain something new, but it's like the new standard. A laundry room. Oh. Oh, fuck you, man. Oh my god. No, no, no. Oh. Oh. Hi, Froofy. Hello. That's new. That's new. Someone's planning something? Someone's scheming? Someone's going Charlie Day on this whiteboard? Okay. Okay, okay. New room? No, same room. I don't think anything's changed in there. This is giving me PT energy too. I was looking a little sleepy. I'm not sleepy. I'm not sleepy. I can never sleep. Oh, it's been a year. Whoa. I think the photos are getting weirder now. Okay, here we go. I'm not excited to be chased down these halls again. It's gonna terrify me. Oh no, come on! uh, I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. I'm like at the edge of my seat right now. Oh.
Start the day when my kids want to
Oh, I want a freaking inhaler. Are you kidding me?
spend time with family. I've got Lethe inhalers. Ask your doctor Lethe's
Oh,
right
yeah.
here, or visit a Lethe medical center.
I'm not edging on my seat. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. That isn't what I said. Oh, man. That's an anomaly, though. That's an electronic anomaly. Anything new in here? Anything new in here? Anything new in here? I need to make the Charlie even more expensive. I need to make it even more expensive. I'm slowly draining my sanity. I'm slowly losing it. How many anomalies do you think there are? No, we're good. We're good. You can do 20. No. No, you have that much points? That's crazy. I need to make it 25,000 then. Oh, I want to splash that cold water in my face. Oh no 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 no. No 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 no. Oh. Oh. Stay quiet to keep him still. But I turned on my microphone in the game. Do I have to worry about my mic audio? No. That's not fair. I'm not gonna be able to do that. Gonna reset me to freaking 0. Oh. Was that why his name is Talkie? Because I have to stop talking? Oh. So he can follow me into a room. Oh, wait, you're kind of cute. Did I not see you before? Oh, they're playing cards. What was that? What was that? Is this different? I feel like this has to be different. Yeah, I think I got it. I think I aced that one. Oh, I missed one. Oh, the wall writing. That's so obvious. Definitely a light anomaly going on over there. Yeah, not unnerving at all. That's one of them lighting anomalies. That's one of them lighting anomalies. I don't want to play this game. I need those batteries. I need those batteries. Things fine in the sister's room. I got my batteries. Everything's good. Oh, what the hell is that? No, 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 no. Dude, what the hell? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Oh no, I know what I have to do. I have to like punk him. What if I close the door? Will he go away? Man, man. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Okay, I have to get him into this room. I have to get him into this room. Oh. Oh no, 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 no. I hate you, man. I hate you. Mm-mm. 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 No. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, Silver, welcome in. That's the second time you people have done this to me. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Oh, let me out. Let me out. Is this an anomaly? Hi, Silver. We're playing a really scary game. I'm trapped in like a loop. I'm like in a backrooms loop or something. Oh. I gotta catch the anomalies. So far they've been pretty obvious, like a horrible like this. Like this isn't natural. That is not natural. Oh no. I heard a noise I don't like. I heard a noise I don't like. Is this new? That used to be a washing machine. They thought they could trick me. They thought they could trick me. Fucking smart. I'm fucking smart. Oh. How do you escape that one? I thought I just had to make no noise. God. Oh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sneak silently. Oh. This game has my microphone. Welcome back. This game has my microphone. Oh. I'm like sweating. I think this is all the same still. I think this is all the same still. The drawings are still normal and cute. You're still normal and cute. Okay, okay, okay. There's an ad break coming up. Thank freaking God. Oh, peak! That's amazing. I've always wanted one of these. My dream is to like live across the street from a bunch of my favorite vending machines. Like I want a bunch of Japanese vending machines and like the kind you get at like bowling alleys and arcades. That's my dream. We did it. We did it. Okay. Oh, I had catch 13 anomalies. The lights on that one? La Rosa, hello, welcome in. We're playing a very scary game right now. I'm stuck in a loop. I'm stuck in a backrooms loop. And there's horrible things that want to kill me. Well, you have to be scared with me. You have to be scared with me because I'm really scared right now. You're gonna pop. You're gonna pop. I remember you popping last time. No, that still scares. That still scares. 2 anomalies. There's a bunch of like scary entities, and each one has like a little trick to avoid. Oh. Which one was that? I don't care to find out which one that was. Oh, we missed one! Missing object in hallway? Oh. I got scared and I just ran. Oh, we have to start over. What object was missing? Which object? Oh. Oh. Hello. Not so bad. You're not so bad. Oh. Thing is missing? Oh, is there normally not a chandelier? Oh. Oh, okay. 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 Did you move? Did you move? No. That's fine. I like it when things don't move. Oh. We got the bloody room again. Got the freaking deagle out here. Got the freaking deagle. Although I don't think this is object. I think this is deformed room, right? Has completely transformed. Okay, maybe it's not that then. I guess like the blood, the chair, and the gun are extra. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Yes, I did it. I did it. Ooh, okay. That's wall writing. Oh, that's different. Sadness is optional. Thank God. I'm almost out of batteries. Has to be batteries somewhere. Ooh. Can I dog? Oh. Oh my God. I can hear my microphone. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No, I'm holding my breath. That's not gonna help. Oh, I missed an object. God! I'm out of batteries. I need batteries so bad. Without batteries, I can't capture anomalies, I think. Are eyes peeled for batteries? Batteries for me, please? Oh, I'm like... I'm so sweaty. Oh. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, chair. My battery's too low. Okay, there's gotta be some around here somewhere that I can use. That or I just freaking lose the game, right? Batteries for me? Any freaking batteries in here, kid? It's been in vinyl. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So what is missing? And so far, no horrible monsters. It's the painting from Signalis. I'm losing my insanity. I'm losing my sanity. That does not go there. There's gotta be more. Gotta be more, man. I'm hearing something. Oh. I'm losing my sanity. I'm losing my sanity. Ah. Something in the living room? Okay.
Today marks 2 years since Jason's first tape was found, the first major lead in this mysterious series
Man,
of
I hate this.
disappearances. However, based on his recent tapes, investigators believe time moves differently within the loops, with his latest reporting dated only 2 days after his disappearance. Grief and outrage have filled the streets, with protesting.
This object or I think it's object? Oh, that freaking pen last time. That's what was missing. Oh, we got it! We got it that time! Woo! I could have sworn those were different. Oh, that thing gets me every time. Oh, why they gotta make it look like that? Find your door. Find your door. Seems normal. That seems quite normal. Heard a whistle. I heard a whistle. That was really creepy. It's so scary. Okay, I think I got it. Yes! Yes! Oh, we did it. Halfway done? But that's just 6 out of 13. Well, that just means something's gonna happen on the freaking 12th one. The shower curtain's gonna change and I'll never notice. Oh, man. I think that counts as electronic? Right? Not the batteries. Can I trap you in here? I think I can. Thank God. Thank God. I need freaking batteries, man. Can't take a picture of that. And the light anomaly too? Okay, so I know where 2 are now. Don't knock. Don't knock. Ching. Right. That is electronic. Oh, 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 oh. Oh no. Yeah, how do I get you to move, man? I like cheese past you. No. No. Oh no, come on. Oh, I want to lose my mind. I want to die. I'm gonna die from the crazies. Oh, I want to go crazy. Oh, I died by sanity. Oh, I need to make sure I get the batteries every level. If I miss the batteries, then I get caught up on... Thanks. Oh, bathroom's gone? Bathroom's gone? Things are normal? Normal? Hello, normal? Oh. Hello? Whoa. Whoa. Deformed room. Trippy. Wait. Was that supposed to be the kitchen? That's so wild. Oh, okay. There's bound to be more anomalies. And I am enjoying the distinct lack of entity on this one. Batteries? Yeah. Okay, okay. I've only found the one. Is that gonna be okay? I'm sure that'll be okay. Yes. I think we're good. Bathroom's pretty simple usually. Oh, holy. There's nothing on this one? Okay. That's new. What would you call that? Like a room deformed? There's object maybe? Oh, I hate you, man. I hate you. Anything in here? Yes! Okay. Okay. Is that line anomaly up there? That's gonna distract me. One day there's gonna be like a huge turd in there. And I'm going to catch that one for sure. They'll never get that one past me. They'll never get that one past me. I'll hear it plop in. All right. Click. Batteries, batteries, batteries. I need the batteries. Are you in here, batteries? No. God, I hate that guy. Is that lamp different? Okay, no batteries yet. There we go. Nice. Anything's changed. Is that new? Man. I missed something? That was one anomaly. There's no way it's just one, right? Are you a different color? Oh. Maybe it's just the light. Maybe it's just the light. It's not gonna be just the light. Oh, it was just the light. Woo, we're good. We're schmoving. Wha- Oh, not twice in a row. Really don't like that guy. Oh. No anomalies? Wait, has it always been like that? That's crazy. Yes. Pick him up. Pick him up. Pick him up. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Is this just another simple one? That's very pessimistic. I think we're doing just fine. Yes. Thanks, bud. Oh. I know this one's gonna be a chase. I know I'm gonna get chased this one. I can just feel it. Oh. Oh. And for anomalies. Deformed room. This is kind of cute. Oh, this isn't cute anymore. Oh, I know what this kind of game is. I get fucking chased by something. I freaking knew it, man. Here it comes. No, man, I'm getting so stressed out. Oh, oh, here it comes. Oh. No, man, no, man.
Oh, hey kid. Things have been moving slowly over here.
Oh,
I haven't heard from the investigators in a while. They say it's
a ball put
ongoing.
is not
So I'm
super
looking into this
relaxing to
myself.
me right now.
Spoke with some of the other parents, but
Oh.
couldn't piece together much. Except, those leafy inhalers you were taking,
Yeah?
other kids were prescribed them too.
Oh, it was that damn asthma medication.
Maybe nothing, but I'll let you know if I find anything. I'm not giving up on you.
I know, Dad. Me neither.
Alright, the ball pit was pretty good. I feel a little bit better now. They really convinced me that I was going to get chased down that hallway. Hello. Oh, there's a little house in there. Hello, can I look in this window? This is kind of like voyeur. I'm sorry. Your house is just so cute. I have to look inside. Yeah, fuck that little guy. Ring-a-ding will have a lower chance of spawning during this run. Yay! I hate ring-a-ding. But does that just mean there'll be a different... Oh, I don't know if I actually like picking that up. Whoa. This is like one of those indoor senior living places. You know what I'm talking about, chat? They make like a fake outside so a bunch of seniors can live indoors. Oh, it's all boarded up. Oh man. Is that my house? Think I can get over there? Oh, this isn't so bad. Is there a way to get in there? They seem pretty deliberate to keep me out. Deliberately trying to keep me out. God, I can't speak today. Let's try this one. This one looks pretty comfy. Not bad, not bad. Is my sanity draining? Oh, my sanity is draining. Okay, we gotta get out of here. Crazy. This place is crazy. We definitely got that anomaly, right? No! Yeah, deformed room. Oh, that's what was missing. That was what was missing that time. Crazy shit in here. Oh, my Tamagotchi's sick. 1 second, chat. I probably should wait to be in a safe area for this. Okay, I think we did get everything. Yes! Okay, one sec. I need to take a breather anyway. Oh. I'm feeling a little more grounded now. I don't feel quite as terrified. Okay, we can keep this rolling. We can keep this rolling big style. Big style. I'm glad that the anomalies aren't like super subtle. Those ones are always really difficult for me. 'Cause I'm not a terribly subtle person. I got a big brain that does only understand big things. Okay, seems chill. Chill. No batteries yet, though. That lamp is on. Something. Is it just going to be the lamp? Yes! Yes! Oh, we're so close. Oh! This is a room transformation. Someone's going to chase me through here. I don't like. Oh, I don't like that one. I don't like that one at all. Oh, fuck. Oh, man. We missed one. Recover half your captured anomalies, but your sanity will drain faster. I accept that deal. I wish they told me what I missed. I think there are some really subtle ones that I just don't see. Also, I was really scared. Okay. I hate the one where I have to be quiet. The way I deal with stress is by yelling.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been telling you this for over a year. 26 kids don't just vanish out of thin air. And now they're saying it's over 100. All conveniently
100
disappeared
kids?
without a trace. Well, I've been digging into this.
Have you, bud?
Every single kid was on Levy's Miracle Inhalers, this new over-the-counter antidepressant.
I took an antidepressant, and now look at me. Now I'm depresso. I'm in the depresso zone. That's a twofer. I doubt they'll have more than 2 anomalies. Fuck. Fuck. What was it that I freaking missed, man? Oh, oh. I got goosebumps. Fuck. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's the vending machine again. Oh, you bring me such joy, vending machine. You would never do me wrong. Batteries? Yes. Score? Okay. Okay. Spooky light. Spooky light. It's wet in here. We got the wet anomaly going on. We gotta hurry and find the other anomalies. Freaking hate that guy. Two. That's 2. No, it's fine. You don't need to open the door. Yes! Woo! Yes. Oh, this is my favorite one! Imagine using this outhouse. I would feel so secure. What was that? Like the toilet mafia? What was that? That was had me laughing to death. Okay. We gotta lock the fuck in for this one. think we've seen all the entities. And they do not scare me. They do not scare me one bit. It's fine, very boy. I do need fresh batteries.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been telling you this for over a year. 26 kids don't just vanish out of thin air. And now they're saying it's over 100. All
100.
conveniently disappeared.
Oh,
without a
cute.
trace. Well, I've been digging into this, folks. We had parents on the show. You heard them. Every single kid was on Levy's Miracle Inhalers. This new
Yeah.
over-the-counter antidepressants that have spread like wildfire across the nation.
Good drugs, man. Some good drugs. Okay. Fingers crossed. Yes! Oh, we're so close. Nice. Thank you. Someone's camping. Is the chair camping? That's so cute. Oh, a normie? A normie mall? Mall? Okay, okay, okay. Oh no! I was so close! I was so close! What noise did I make, man? What noise did I make? Oh, come on. That was so brutal. Yes. Give me back half of them. This game is having mercy on me. It knows I'm pathetic and scared right now. Oh. I'm allowed to be pathetic and scared. I hear like my neighbors moving around. And it just makes me clench. It makes me clench. Hey, it's just these two anomalies? Please just be those twos. Please just be those twos. Yes! We're so close. The phone call?
Hi, I'm Jason.
Hi, Jason.
I was captured. You must be captured too. I don't know what to do.
You know what to do? Me neither, man.
Only to end up here.
Woo!
I've been trying to map out your house.
They're trapped in my loop now? You trapped in my freaking loop, man. I hate you. Anything good in here? Anything in here you're trying to distract me from? A freaking guy. No! No, there was wall writing? Oh, man. Oh, oh. God. I gotta fucking smash it. I gotta do so good. I'm not scared of anything anymore. Nothing in it. Oh, no. There was an object in the living room. I was too scared. Oh, yo, I'd piss in this. I'd piss in this big time. Okay. So far, so good. Is there even an anomaly in this one? Oh, fuck. Oh, here we go. Dude, that's gotta be it. Yes. Oh yeah, my favorite anomaly. Oh, so sweaty. I'm missing anything, man? Can't just be those. Oh, of course. Freaking of course. Okay. Probably just those two? Almost never more than two? Chandeliers spawned. Oh! Oh! How many times are they gonna do that to me? not scared of the stupid chandelier. Literally, you can't scare me anymore. I've seen it all. Weird. That's a real subtle one. They're trying to be tricky with me. Okay. Fuck! In the laundry room? What was it? You... I'm gonna need you to move. Fuck! It was deformed, not object. Ah, why did I change? I should have listened to my freaking gut, man. Yoink. $430. I really want to beat this though. Oh, 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 oh. God. Those wall writing so far. It's just the one, okay. Oh, you freak. You freak. I fucking hate you, man. I hate you, even if you are like a little cute. No. Oh. God. 2 anomalies. That's 2 anomalies. Fuck! There was a missing object in the living room. What was it? Man. I'm just not good at these types of games, I guess. We'll play a little bit longer, and then, if I still don't make any progress, we'll switch to marathon. Yes, okay, okay. Woo! That guy slows you down so much. Oh. Okay, okay, okay. But now we know we're safe. Now we know we're safe. We'll only do one entity at a time. Nothing weird in there. At the transform room again. Okay. Formed room. Alright. Yes. I'm banging it out now. Oh, what was that? Oh. Ooh. God. That freaking sucks. It gets me every time. I gotta be missing something, right? Right on the wall. Okay. You just gotta freaking send it. Yes. Okay, okay, okay. Better. We're getting better. Nice. It's very rare that anything happens in the sister's room. Is it gonna be just the one? No bathroom object? What bathroom object was missing? Oh, amen. Fuck! There's writing on the bathroom wall? Okay. How did I miss that? This freaking guy. No pain, you know that? I think this room is clear. I want to lock him in it. Freaking idiot. So the campfire is the only anomaly I've come across so far. That probably means there's writing on the wall somewhere. Oh, I don't know, man. Fuck! There's an object in the living room? Oh. Good to me. Good to me. Never anything in this room. Oh, they keep on tricking me. Water. Oh, you're really going at it too. No anomalies in range. What are you talking about? I hate you. Oh, man. I hate that guy. This one. Easy peasy. Looks good to me. Looks good to me. Yeah. Oh. Okay, there's a light anomaly in the living room. I've never seen you spawn in here before. All right. Boom. I'm flying through them now. Oh! Your stupid freaking curtain. Can't wait to play a nice peaceful game of Marathon. Oh, I get that one so often. Nothing. Nothing. Batteries, thank you. I think we're good. Thank you.
Today marks 2 years since Jason's first tape was found, the first major lead in this mysterious series of disappearances.
Bam.
However, based on his recent tapes, investigators believe time moves differently within the loops, with his latest reporting dated only 2
Um,
days after his disappearance.
2 electronics. Easy peasy. Woo. Okay. Fuck me, man. Oh, it was lighting, not electronics? Ugh. Okay. Okay, we're playing Marathon. I need an escape. I need a release. I'm rage quitting for a little bit. Forgive me. God, that game was pretty scary. I wish it had I mean, it was throwing me softballs too. I was just sucking. What else can I say? It was throwing me softballs and I still kept on messing them up. That's okay. Marathon will fix me. Marathon will fix me. Update my stream information. Marathon. Still getting used to this new system. It looks like it's working now, though. Looks like it's working. Restream's fucking weird, man. We'll see if it's something I actually stick with or not. We'll see. We'll fucking see. All right, let's get them. I think I have some good guns right now, so this will be fun. Oh, I'm done sweating. I am done sweating. I have some epic weapons of war I'm gonna fucking get them with. And first we gotta collect all of our free items. Let me in, let me in. Rorschach ink blobs. Those are kind of fun. What do I see? I see a butterfly. I see a Coca-Cola. I see a dragon. I see the butterfly again. We only got those 3, huh? I wonder if that's supposed to be like brain. Brain. Oh, I love the new update. That's pretty funny. Not gonna lie. Do I got any shit? Pretty sure I've claimed everything in here. Oh, no, I can get more stuff. Yeah, let's get some stuff. Acquisition. Oh, have I been really missing out on not spending this? I must have been. Oh. I think these are just skins, really? Volley rifle? Oh, nice. I can buy those now. Hell yes. Hell yes! Well, this is huge. How long has I been sleeping on this? How long have I been sleeping on this? I spent it all. Well, there was hella shit I could have been buying this whole time, man. Alright, well, you learned the hard way. And to be fair, those could just be skins and I'm just misunderstanding everything. Which is classic me. Give me anything free? Okay. That's not bad. Take the free stuff out of here. Please. Free stuff. Yes, a free machine gun. This is huge. I love that gun. This is huge for me. Nothing free from them. Nothing free from them. Okay, sick. Check the vault. Yeah, I'm loaded with guns now. What should I take with me? For first run. Oh man, I got options. I got options. What should I go with? Let's take the submachine gun since I have 2 of them right now. See if I can't soup them both up first though. We have a mag to it. Have any sights for it? While surrounded by hostiles. Oh, yeah, that seems good. Does this really need a sight on it? Dark sight lens. I do not need a sight on a submachine gun. That's just some spray and parry shit right there. I'll put that on something cooler. Okay. That. Some ammo in here. Don't need you. All the ammo I have right now? Do I have an ammo kit? Smoke grenade, EMP. I wonder if that's any good. It is blue. That implies it's good. Should I just roll with this for now? Let's see, what can I buy? I can get some good stuff. Wait, I can just get some good stuff. Oh, wait, I didn't have that much money. Okay. Oh, what do I need for this? Commendations? How do I get commendations? Upgrades available. What is my vault capacity? I think I'm doing pretty good, but it's just money. Use tactical ability, defeat hostiles. That one seems very easy. And I get some silk out of it, so I'm down. What a perimeter? I do not want. Well, what do I want to roll with? What do I want to roll with, man? The SMG is actually pretty good. Is it better if I give it the sight? Should I try using the sight? See if I can put on this. Make it not suck. Okay, we're just gonna roll with the SMG. I like it. I like it. Not trios, solos. We spawn in nice and fast. That's my goal. Oh, I'm just gonna get all the best loot. This is just a loot run. And we'll complete that contract. It seemed kind of easy. And we'll defeat every player we come across. This is gonna be the best I've ever done. Best I've ever done. I'm trying to remember what I'm having for dinner tonight. I think I'm having good soup. I'm excited. I love it. I love the good stuff. Yeah, let's go. Watch us get into like a fucking long-range battle with our stupid SMG. But I do like the SMG. It's kind of cool looking. Load me in. Load me in. Soon? Soon load me in? Jesus Christ, load me in, please! It tricks you. It does the countdown so early. And then it sends you to another loading screen. How freaking long is it going to take us? I wonder if this is a matchmaking error. Oh. Well, we're in, I think. Are we? Are we in? Yeah, there we go. We just gotta use our tactical ability and defeat hostiles. And if there are other players, that's all the better. Alright, let's go. Let's
Engaging
rob this
affirmation
place.
Protocol. Assert. You will be forgotten. Assert. You take relief in that realization.
Take relief in that realization. Give me the gunk. I'm moving kind of fast. Oh, here we go. Nice. An advanced repair kit and a self-revive. Huge. Huge. Okay. Avoid the birds. Need like gunmetal. I need pretty much a little bit of everything. I love the sound of that door. I hear bots. Give me the loot. Oh, give me the grenade. There is fighting nearby. It's kind of far away.
Sending heat. EMP out.
We're getting them. I'm guessing he's ran. Maybe he's set up an ambush though? Birds are still there.
Seeker out. Marking targets. Dropping smoke.
GG's. Everybody has some good stuff. He was fighting pretty hard. Yeah. Yippee, let's get out of here. He was
20 minutes
British.
remaining.
He was British, chat. We killed a British person. That's great news. How's my mission? Cool, we can just bounce.
We can't stay forever.
See if we can dig up anything else good. Yeah, I love the SMG, man. That's good. It's good. Freaks. Freaky little bugs. Freaky little bugs. I don't want to scare the birds. Like, kinda have to take this turret out. There. I wonder what that destroyer's strat was, because it seems like I just had him on the ropes. Seems like I just had him on the ropes that whole time, not to brag. I think I just got lucky. I think I just got lucky. Gotta cool down. That's the thing with my shell can track enemies pretty good. So there's no way he was getting away from me. He should have just kept running. But I wouldn't be surprised if he just didn't know what shell I was running in. Okay. Running, running, running. We're about to have our tactical abilities back. It's huge for us. That freaking weed here. Okay. Seems pretty quiet.
Gathering intel.
Not that quiet. Alright, one sec. They have a gray shield. They're not a huge threat to me. But I don't know what kind of heat they're packing. I don't know what kind of heat they're packing. Hopefully we can get the drop on them. I would like to exfil in peace. Oh, I have the flechette grenade. Hell yeah, I'll use that on them for sure. I'm not gonna die to a lightning strike. We'll see. 5 seconds. I think we might be good. Think we might be good. Nice. What kind of toys did I get away with? Not that freaking runner. He had an okay gun with him. Collect our freaking goods here. What kind of freaking upgrades do I have? Unlocks balancing act. With that. Cha-ching. Ching. Free daily items. I wonder what those are. Glass cannon. I'm not even sure if those were for me. Those for my shell? Sell that. Which I guess instead of selling it, I should give that to the worm. We must give it all to the worm. Pinpoint barrel? You gotta feed the frickin' worm, man. What's my vault looking like? He has that. Ooh. I'll take this with me anyway. It's not really that great, but what kind of scope do they have? Scope's a scope. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Some more pissy ammo. I really just deck out a an overrun. Those are actually pretty good once you get them all set up. What else do we have here? Activated Thad. That's easy. More silk. Do I have any extra silk right now?
Run preppers go.
Let me in. I got one. What should I spend it on? Let's do recharge. I think having your abilities to pop off is good. It's good. This one. Take the SMG with us anyway. But then this could be used for some good sniping. How many bullets? Thing for this. I'm gonna swap this to the overrun. I think I can do a pretty good job with it right now. Where are all those upgrades I bought? That one? Clip. I like the reload one there. It's pretty good. Okay, let's see. Reloader mag. Faster reload. Keeping this one. What's the last thing I... Grip. Can I buy a grip for it right now? The one thing I can't buy right now. Recommendations. I need more of those. What are these ones for? Are these just worth a lot of money? Is that all? They are worth a lot of money. Those are going to the worm. Feed the worm. I have glass cannon is fine. These can go to the worm. I wonder if anyone actually ever uses those. What the fuck, dude? I was trying to feed the worm. Mm-hmm. Eat the worm. Alright, we'll just go with this stuff. We'll just go with this stuff. Please load us in quickly. That's all I've ever wanted. So I have to activate a THAAD and just shoot some bots? That'll be an easy one. Load us in. So first I was like, the overrun AR isn't good. But now that I've like used it a little bit, I mean, I've realized that pretty much any gun can be good as long as you put like a bunch of attachments on it. But we'll use some of the other ones I have too. Because I got some good stuff right now. We'll frickin' get them. We'll frickin' get them. Let me in. Hopefully I have a cool new clip to show y'all soon. I've been like putting more effort into my little edits. Like little clips or like short form videos. So I should be able to finish up one. These are from like the dating sim we played a couple days ago. It was really fun. I think I got potentially a few good clips out of it. So I'm going to try and make some good shorts for y'all. Alright. Alright. Let's get some stuff.
Reminder, do not trust runners outside your team. Their words and actions are unpredictable.
Get the bugs out of here. Get the bugs out. Still more. Yeah. Okay, I think we cleared it out. Give me the stuff. An ammo crate, that's fine. Bullets, that's fine. Gunmetal, that's perfect. That's exactly what I needed. Self-revive. Good health. Alright. There's some gunmetal sitting right there. Cha-ching. Oh, yes. A ton of it spawned over here. This is perfect for me. I'm burgeoning with gunmetal. Oh, yeah. This is excellent. Let's just keep the one. This is always going to fill up my backpack, and I feel like if you can't pop off and survive after using one self-revive, the chances of getting to use two is crazy. Very low. Is that a thad? I don't think that's a thad. Oh, I think I saw a player though. Yes. No, that's a bot. That's a bot.
Can't take much more.
Not want to give away my position just yet. I would like to kill that player. Maybe I'm hearing things too. There's a chance there wasn't a player there. We'll find out. There's definitely someone here.
Who's out there? Seeker out.
Yes. Bam. Nice. I don't really want that gun, but oh, I want that gun. Why was you using that on me? I think we took as much as we can take. Let's drop this. Hell yes. This is huge for us. These guns are so good.
Recall window will remain stable for 20 minutes.
Okay, we're up high. Good time to heal. Is there that in here? Usually they're up high. I did keep the overrun. Actually, I've been having a lot of luck with it, even though I feel like I've heard a lot of really negative things about it. I just took out a thief who was packing the M77. Is that what it's called? Yeah, the M77 is really good too, but I caught them totally off guard. This is a couple PvP kills we've gotten today so far. So life is good. And I got a ton of gunmetal. So I think I might try to extract soon. Yeah, let's just get out of here.
We can't stay forever.
The mission I was trying to do today is pretty low effort. I just need to activate a THAAD. But now that I got all this juicy loot, I kind of just want to bring it home. And I haven't seen a THAAD out here. I thought there'd be a THAAD somewhere around here. I just need to tap it is all. I just need to touch it. I just need to rub it with my grubby little hands. Oh well. Let's just sprint. Let's just freaking sprint. I feel like anytime you can get a couple PvP kills in a game, or a couple games, life is good. Life is good. See if there's any goobers here.
Gathering intel.
There's bots. There's lots of bots.
Engage.
Our element of surprise is gone. We'll see. We'll see how much fucking fighting I have to do. Hopefully those bots just stay over there. Ho 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 ho. Okay, okay. I think we're good. Those are bots over there. We doing it! The scary part's over, La Rosa. I got stuck. And it was scary. But now we got hella good guns. And we've been winning our PvP battles, so life is good right now. Right. I need to activate a frickin' THAAD somewhere. But it's all good. We got a bunch of really juicy loot that time. You got too scared and had to leave? How do you think I felt? I had to sit through that whole thing. To be fair, I didn't beat the game. I did chicken out. It was too scary. Okay, we're taking that with us. I mean, definitely don't need all that ammo. I'll take one row. Wait, no, I'm just adding more ammo. I just said I wasn't going to take all that ammo. We got more commendations. We can get more upgrades for our little gun here. But we're going to use this for a little while. I got a couple of them. So life is good. We don't really have to worry about if we lose anything. Which would be great. We'll be able to just go jump into some crazy action. This is for the overrun. Yeah, let's put some gooder stuff on it. Wait, I want that. Wish I could just stick it on there. I just bought it. Where'd it go? Am I crazy?
どこにいたって
Oh, you're connected.
人はつながっているのよ。
You locked in. You locked the fuck in. I swear I just bought that thing. What happened to it? Ah, beans. Did I like sell it? You just played an audio cue from the Serial Experiments Lane, which is one of my favorites. What happened? I just bought that. Where'd it go? Did I sell it? Did I accidentally sell it? No way. Oh, it's right here. Oh my god, I'm just a mess right now. Don't worry about me. If I put it on this, that makes it even goatider. What did I have on there before? We want the blue attachment. We want the shiny stuff on here, man. Okay. We'll just go with this stuff. A lockbox key. I'll just take one of those because I keep on, like, finding them. I think they're not that rare of a resource that I once thought they were. Ooh, and I have tons of gunmetal. 1 second. Praxis. I can unlock shit. So I can get some shit for my combat pistols, which are good. I'm the pinata. I'm the pinata. My core not compatible? Whose core is this? Oh yeah, boo. Do I have any cores I can use? Glass cannon? When your shields break, you gain a brief increase of agility. Ability regeneration. I don't really want that. Let me buy a new one. Trophy hunter? See, these are for me. These ones are for me. Those ones are good. Alright, we're souped up. To have good candy. Right now I have an M77, a bunch of bullets, ton of health. I'm gonna fill up on loot. I gotta go fill up on loot. And I'll be nice and ready to burst. I'll be so ready to burst. I've been getting gooder at this game, chat. Oh no. Is that from that one climbing game? God. I was like looking at because I had a lot of fun playing that one dating sim we played. I was looking at other ones, and I was finding a lot of like the really classic ones are on Steam. So maybe we'll do one of those. Like Doki Doki Literature Club could be fun. It's from a streamer? Maybe it's Markiplier. Markiplier is a streamer. One day I hope I fight and kill Markiplier out here. One day. Yeah, the Neat game is fun. I wonder if they'll ever make a sequel to it. And his name is Paco? That's a pretty good name. Okay, I gotta activate a Thad. A Thad. We gotta Thad up. We gotta Thad up. Oh, we have a good gun. Oh, we have a good gun.
Reminder, do not trust runners outside your crew. Their words and actions are unpredictable.
That's what you said last time. Give me the stuff. Give me the stuff. I'm a little loot goblin. And I gobble up the loot. Any good shit in here, man? Get out of here. Yeah. What route station is this? North Relay. Okay, we're looking for a rooftop device. I'm not so sure they have one over here. Oh yeah, that was slick. That was slick. Oh, is that a Thad? I think that is. Okay, this is risky, but this is perfect for me. Let's see what we got. Lots of robots. No players, though. Oh, they're all attacking me. They're all attacking me. Me? Don't mind me. A new gun. The bots have given up. They de-aggro so easily. Oh, a freaking souped up version of it. Look at that shit. We got a Stealth Magnum now. Stealth Magnum is my freaking dead name? Let's go. Cha-ching. All right, there's going to be a little bit before the exfils load in. So let's just scamper around. And see if we can't do some PvP. Anyone want to scamper with me? This gun's so good. This gun's so good too. I love it. It's really cool looking too. Looks like we're gonna have an ad coming up soon. I'll probably just let the ad play. The burbs are up there, undisturbed. Oh, fuck that turret. Those things have insane, God, that'd be so embarrassing if I ran into that lightning bolt. I feel like the turrets have really insane, detection. Is that someone shooting over there? Any gamers? Oh, I heard a gamer. The birds got disturbs. You think it's all the way over there? This is a great fucking rat spot.
Signal recall window closes in
I wonder if I'm just like really exposed right now, but this spot feels good. Okay, where are we looking at some exfiltration? That's pretty far away. We can go around that way and see if there's any players, or I can wait for the next round to drop. We'll see. I'm kind of hoping some person engages in some PvE to either side of me and I can just get them. I can just get them from up here. That would mean a lot to me if I could just get somebody. That'd be my 3rd kill today. That'd be tremendous. That'd be unheard of for me. Or not, I'm not sure. I think I've definitely gotten a few PvP kills. Like a week ago when I was doing like the murder cult missions. God. I can't hear anything over the rain. This has all the stuff I want in it. Whatever. We can't rat all day long. Anyone open doors here? No, doesn't look like it. I have my tactical abilities, so if we hear anything, we'll be able to ping them, which is huge. Honestly, I just kind of want to go around. Depending if they're inside there or not, I kind of want to run right through and have to... Also, scaring some bots would suck. The bots seem to be just chilling. Maybe someone's being sneaky in here? Someone closed the shutter and the door is open. Okay, let's see if we can ping them.
No one can hide.
It's just those guys. Doors are closed in there still. Oh, sparkly. Spark up. How much room do I have? I definitely have enough stuff that I could bring home something good. Enough room in my backpack, at least. That's what I'm trying to say. So maybe we'll camp this exfiltration and see if we can't catch anybody. The turret up here still? No. We gotta sneak around that turret. That'll be huge for us. That'll be a huge detection system. He's stuck there. This isn't a great camping spot, though. I'm gonna move a bit. What's in here? Ooh. Yes, please.
15 minutes remain.
Sure, the bots are de-aggroed. The guy's still stuck up there. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna take it then. I'm just gonna take it. We need the points. We need the points. Oh, oh, my Tamagotchi prays to me. This is excellent. They always pray before they poop. Got some stuff. Okay. I don't think we squeezed off a single bullet that round. That's a little boring, I guess. Oh no, I like the flechette grenade the most. Because it heals. Right? Yeah. Okay. I think we're still cruising with the setup we have here. Give me the reward. I deserve this. Backpack, some silk. What's this? Petty theft implant. Is it good though? I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. Upgrades are available. How about you? Unlocks this for purchase. I mean, the Retaliator's pretty good. Definitely better than nothing. What is this? Triage. I don't need that. I don't need that. What about you? Enhanced ammo box. Oh yeah, I want heat grenades for sure. A contract for us. Let's see if there's anything good in here. What will you give me? A core? Retaliator? Some silk? What's this one? That one could be easy. Let's do this one. I think I can do that on any map. I think it said multi-zone, but whoopsie poopsie. I wasn't paying attention. This time we're gonna get him. I've been trying to figure out how other people are doing it. I think the main thing is just like you rush to the closest like point of interest and you just rummage around in there and that's where you find all the best loot. But I've also kind of found that like waiting a bit and then getting the other players and seeing what they've already found is a good way too. Even if it's like riskier. It's the way of the rat. And we must rat. We must be evil. Alright, log me in. Woo. It's getting frickin' warm out. Yeah, it's multi-zone. Perfect. So I was thinking find gunmetal or rod salvage. That's easy. That's easy. Okay, let's just go to station.
Neurologics optimized.
We'll check here first
Shell
too.
primed for exploration and violence.
I love violence. Mechanics kit. Smoke grenade. Whatever that is. Whatever that is. That. I don't think I'm gonna find any gunmetal in this place. That hole's open. That hole's open. Why is that hole open? There's someone nearby. Alright, let's run around the back. Let's slide around back. I feel like this place probably has gunmetal though. I just think there's going to be another player in here, which also is a good thing. We will destroy them. Do the darker crates give better loot? I carry another backpack with me? I feel like that's a no. Self-revive is perfect. Okay. 80 seconds before we can use our radar. Oh, I love the stock. That's really good. We can make an SMG. I like to use it to put on the battle pistol. I'm hearing my own footsteps. Oh yeah, the dumper. The bots are everywhere, man. It's just the diodes in here right now. It's fine. Doesn't really do me any good, so I think I'm going to sneak out of here. First, I'm going to do my scan. If there's another player, we'll go get him. Another player?
Echo pulse searching.
Oh, they have blue shields. Okay, they might be better equipped than me. Then perhaps we'll just cheese it. Can I get out of here? Oh. They might be coming for me. They're freaking coming for me, man. That's okay. This is fun. We'll camp them out. How are we going to deal with them? Maybe the flechette grenade? Interesting. I don't hear him at all.
20 minutes remaining.
Must be a standoff? The bots are chilling. Gunshot. I wonder if those were meant for me or not. I scrammed. I scrammed. I have a better chance taking him out in the open anyway with this gun.
Engage.
Get him for me, buddy. Footsteps, baby. Where'd you go?
If it moves, end it.
He did get away. He freaking got away. I was so close. I was so close to greatness. Aw, beans. Hi there. Chill. That was nice. That was nice. Oh, come on. Why did I stop? What was that? I'm not complaining. I would have never been me, though. Does that make me evil? Oh. He would have just killed her, too. That's crazy. Oh. Yeah, forget that. Thoughts?
Connection collapse in 50
Find
minutes.
them.
Is that you again, man? Is that you again, man? No, I guess not. Different player.
Let's shut out.
But shit
I
didn't work.
detected an opportunity for considerable profit.
I need to get some positioning. Oh, there goes my element of unsurprise. Nope, can't jump up there. That's the other one.
Follow the echoes.
That was a vandal. Is that them though? What? I don't think that was the vandal though. I thought I was looking at a white one. Thanks for the cool gun though. Let's see, what can I drop? Oh, hell yeah. You really had a lot of great weapons, huh? Okay. I think we're good to loot a little bit longer. I'm going to ditch some of this stuff. Let's see. Ditch that one. This will be good for just selling in general. Then I'll take a stack, just in case I need to shoot. Okay, should I bounce?
Marking our exit.
I don't get any gunmetal. But, I don't know. Is that really the player that we were fighting earlier? Gotta go through the wall. Robots up there. Oh, the freaking robo turret. So it sees me. Of course it fucking sees me, man. Why wouldn't it see me? At least I can run really fast. Dang. I'm really glad I got that blue shield, though. I think that's the best shield I've ever gotten. If we're lucky, we might be able to get to do a little bit more PvP, but I am a bit confused by that last fight. I could have sworn I was fighting a white vandal, and they were not the one I thought.
10 minutes remain until forced signal recall.
Unlurk? Oh, wait, I need to get an unlurk command. Welcome back. It's been an interesting run. Yeah.
Who's out there?
You've discovered TTS. Hit this THAAD. Activating my THAAD. I need gunmetal. I'm getting a little audacious. I'm getting a bit audacious here. I really need that shit though. It's for my quest. Oh, what is that? Can I get whatever that is? I will take whatever that is. Alright, let's scram. Whatever that was looked expensive. What's this? Archive legal records. We have blue shields? We got freaking blue shields now? No, actually, I'm fully unlearned.
Seeker out.
I thought I heard a player's footsteps. But I think they were mine. I think that shit was mine. Alright, let's see if we get hosed. Nope, we're good. I think we're clean. I am full of candy now. I found a bunch of great stuff. Yet no one came and smacked my piñata. But it's okay. We're just gonna go right back in there. We're just gonna go right back in there. That's crazy though. I'm very confused about the last encounter I had. I feel as if I was fighting two opponents. Yeah, we got freaking so much good stuff.
Nice car.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, you get it. Advanced packet, advanced shield charge. God, we're rich. We're rich. I need way more gunmetal. I got all these freaking guns. Life is good. Okay. I'm gonna save that backpack to be honest, because that could be useful if I ever do like a high level raid. We're still cruising with our gun. It's been serving us quite well. The nice cock, redeem. It's very self-assuring. It's very self-assuring. Free stuff. Alright, I think we're good to just go again. This time we'll get the gunmetal. Your girlfriends never tell you that before? Oh no. Oh no. You gotta put that in your dating profile. You gotta be like, I need positive affirmations. I need positive affirmations. I need good soup. We're making like a miso ramen with cabbage and beef. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Positive affirmations involving my cock. Well, let's see how many there are for that, huh? There's a positive affirmation song that I like to put on every once in a while. I can play it for us if you want. It's pretty good. Okay, let's see if we can pull it up really fast without dying. As long as no one rolls up on us while we're... Positive affirmation songs. Positive affirmation
Do not trust
songs.
runners outside your crew. Their words and actions are unpredictable.
Let's see, let's see. Oh, I can't find the one I usually go for. I think this might be it.
It's time to create your reality. It's time to consciously choose the life you desire. And it all begins
This is not
by
it. This is
what
not
you
it.
think. Your thoughts create your reality. If you want change in your life, it begins by changing your thoughts. And in changing
This isn't
your
even
thoughts,
song.
you
No, there's a guy. There's a guy who's like, he's like the best for this. What is his name? What is his name? Someone's gonna sneak up on me and pop me like a piñata. I need fucking gunmetal, man. I really do fall damage. I'm wasting my good shield charges. Can we just get out of here? Let me check this first. We'll set up the positive affirmation beats for next round. There's a very there's a very specific one I want to listen to. The birds. The freaking birds, man. Never disturb the bird. Don't give away your position. Yeah. Enemy player where? Enemy player when? I want to fight an enemy player? Berries! From Berry Berry Berry? PTSD from my Berry Berry Berry? No way. Does Overflow have the stuff I need? I think so. I think so. See lots of bots? Oh. They just dropped so many frickin' reinforcements over there. That definitely means there's a player. I'm using my big fat ears. I'm using my big fat ears, chat. The bird spawn over here? No. Oh, there's a boss. There's a boss. Oh, I saw him right in here. Wonder if I'll be able to get him.
Marking targets.
Can I go wider? Oh, yes. Cool.
20 minutes remain.
Find them.
This is gonna be perfect. Firing grenade.
The shutout.
Damn! Damn! They got my pinata! Beep boop bop bop. GG's. We died. We died pathetically. Dang, I got caught reload. I got caught reloading. My sweet gun. My sweet, beautiful gun. Good thing I have more. But I do think I'm going to miss that blue shield a lot. Reinforced shields take half damage? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. All I know is I died. I die like an animal. Die like a freaking animal. There's some bullets. Not those kind. If I had 2 different guns, that could have gone down differently. So maybe I'll take another gun with me? What should I take? There's so many good ones. There's so many good ones. Open for squad mates? No, I'm just playing solo. I'm just being a solo little rat. I like the suspense. I love the suspense. But thank you for the offer. Well, no, I don't want that. Go back. I want this. I need to be a grimy little rat. Grimy. What's this one? What's this one? Okay, I gotta send those to the frickin' worm. I just take a little pissy as a backup so I don't get frickin' taken out like that. Take a frickin' frag grenade with us too. We'll frickin' blast them. They didn't do that to me. They didn't tee me. They didn't tee me up. I had so many good opportunities to shoot that player. I had so many good opportunities. Should I have taken them from afar? I think if I wasn't caught reloading, I would have been fine. I would have been fine. I should have figured they'd do the run around and literally run around the rock. That's a classic. That's a freaking classic. Close and personal? Yeah. It's tricky. Like, the gun I had is really versatile, so I could have done both. But usually for, like, a range encounter, I want something that does really high damage, so they don't have as much as an opportunity to... I like to see the soul leaving the body. This game does have some good soul leaving the body gameplay. You gotta stab a lot of people. I just need to do the gunmetal thing, man. But I can't not do PvP. I simply cannot. I must. You've never seen someone die in front of you? Well, hopefully you never do.
Reminder,
Hopefully you
UESC
never do.
presence confirmed.
Alright. Let's
Execution
rotate
strategic
south.
intent.
Let's see if we bump into the player down here. I bet there's a good chance we will. We'll freaking get him. We'll freaking get him. Where the freak are you, gamer? They're in there. I knew it, they're in there. They're in there. Oh, my big fat ears can hear them so good. My big fat ears can hear them so good right now. Running around inside that building. That might be someone else. Yeah, that is somebody else. What freak is this guy? I'm waiting for my power to charge up. I really need to get the perk that increases its recharge time. I can just hear him stomping around in there. I wonder if they know I'm here. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm hearing things. Okay, here we go. This will be the moment of truth. Get pinged.
Echo post searching.
Oh, he's behind me. Hiding inside that building. There's like up here. Do they know I'm here? I'm being such a good rat right now. I should be rewarded. Oh, he got me, man. What was he using? Dang. If only I had a cooler gun. If only I had a cooler gun. That's fine. That's what rats get. I'm gonna take this shit with me. Taking the big one. Let's take the big one. Do I have any shit for it right now? I think I've added all the upgrades I have for it. Let's take a quick peek. What do I have in you? Can use an optic. Do I have a compatible optic for you? What's your optic? Nope. What's your optic? Nope. But maybe I'll take the SMG, man. What should I do? The SMG is kind of sick. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the SMG. Find me some bullets. Think that's enough ammo. And then a heat grenade would have totally come in handy. I got so many of these SMGs anyway. Yeah, so that guy definitely seen me, or he was sneaking up from a different angle. He was a different player. Because I don't think he had gray shields. I don't think he had gray shields. I think he had green. Depending on how this one goes, this might be our last run tonight. We'll see. I'm getting pretty hungry. I'm getting pretty hungry. I must feed. The rat got ratted. The freaking rat got ratted. Ah. Okay, we're at station? We're at North Relay. We want to go to station. First, give me the goods. Give me the goods. There's always health and stuff in here. Oh yeah. Can I drop some of this? Boom. Mm-hmm. I think that's almost too much loot. I don't need the biomass. Don't need whatever that is. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's scram. Should we cut through here? Definitely be more exciting, but I don't see any bots. Okay, there's the bots. There's the freaking bots. Oh fuck. It's all good. It's all good. I didn't want to fight. My best friend's a robot. Someone set the birds up. Does that mean there's a gamer over there? I'm stuck in the rocks. I gotta stay focused. I gotta stay focused on my freaking quest. Nothing matters but the mission. Getting some freaking gunmetal?
Find them. Gathering intel.
Aw, beans. Beans! What did they have? That was good. Okay, we'll do one more. I had a good gun. Maybe I'll take one of these snipey boys. I'll try being a sneaky sniper. I think it does pretty good damage. What else can I buy? I'm out of shield, so I need to buy a shield. I'm too poor to buy a shield. What's in the sponsor kits today? That's 4K. I could afford that. I could afford that. I have good guns, though. I just need a shield. Anyone else sell that shit? I don't think so. Free stuff? Free stuff for me? What do I need for this? Dermachem. Do I have any of that shit? I need to put that on my, Where is it? Where the hell is it? Do I have any of that stuff? Put it on my loot. We're just gonna spawn it with fucking nothing, man. Sometimes that's what you do. We'll get some health at least. Yeah. This is a feral run. This is a feral run. This is a shot in the dark. This could be the best run ever, though. Let me in, let me in. I wish the tracker bot was a little bit better. Like, maybe it had a better AI. It could, like, search better. Oh no, what's wrong with my Tamagotchi? Oh no, he's hungry. Just like me for real. Gave them a cavity from feeding them too much ice cream. Let us go. Let us defeat them. It shall be my greatest run of all time. No shield, no nothing. We're just gonna suck up all the loot we find. Put me near the gunmetal spawns. Please. I gotta be careful though. If I get in a fight with robots, I'm freaking screwed. Oh yes, this is excellent. This is excelente.
Engaging shell monitoring software. Establishing link. Muting rights.
Please be gunmetal, just freaking line out. Credits? Don't mind if I do. Biomass? Don't mind if I do. This is a bust. That's a good sight. I like that one. Creds. I hear someone opening doors in there. We don't have any close quarters weapons unless we knife them. And we also don't have much shield to tank that. So our strategy for other players is just going to be to frickin' snipe them. Let's try to get a good angle on them first though. They're down there. Oh. Ticks are gonna give away my position. I think I saw him. I had no way they're aggroing on me from that far away. That's crazy. So annoying. Yes.
Go. Shields broke.
Going. Don't run away! Don't run away! Got him! Oh, those freaking ticks, man. We have to take care of it. Okay.
Who's out there?
What about booty, chat? Health, 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 health. Extra gun. Can I carry that? Do I want the LMG? I guess not. I don't think I do want the LMG. So that's probably the only player in this vicinity for now. Should be good to loot relatively undisturbed. We smoked them though.
Engage.
Get those robots. Get those robots. It's a bow printer.
Recall window will remain stable for 20 minutes.
Gunmetal? I hear another player. That'd be so annoying. Oh no, they're aggroed on me. They're aggroed on me. That player got in, I'm guessing.
Seeker out.
How many of these? There's a loot crate over there. Should I take it out? Probably got good stuff for me in there. Oh. Someone else shoot at it? Claymore? Let's fucking go, man. Where should I put that?
Attaching Claymore.
I don't think I'm alone. I think there's a player here.
Gathering intel.
Or maybe I am alone? Nothing to loot. Yeah, I guess I'm just being paranoid. Gunmetal? What's this? Am I just in the wrong place for gun? Oh, a bully? Let's go.
Prepare for
Another
increased
claymore?
hostile
Let's
action.
go. Up that shit. Up that shit. There's no freaking gunmetal here. They're dropping guys on me. Oh yeah, the bully. I guess I'll check this building over here if I haven't already. Looks like it could be good loot. My eyes are so dry right now. We're sneaking in through the toilet hole. I was in here already, wasn't I? Yes. Okay. Am I crazy? Is there no I want to try this south relay. Maybe there's gunmetal there? This area is the one that's marked. Some munitions crate. What do I got? What do we got in here? Nothing really. Nothing really. Look at that. Oh, give me that. What is that shit?
Connection collapse in 15 minutes.
What are you? Superior salvage? I need a backpack real bad. I'm gonna hit this Thad. It's gonna be risky as hell. Okay. It's just bots. They are strong bots. Oh. Frickin' turret. Oh. That purple dude over there? That's crazy. I will not fight that. I will not fight that. Roberts. Well, there's robots. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, did I get someone with my... There's probably a bot. That was probably the Claymore. It was probably a bot. Okay. A bully, man? This gun's so good. Scanning.
If it moves, end it.
Someone has been here. Ugh. Where's me gunmetal? I don't need that shit, man. No, please.
Protective gear or insulated blood belly required during orbital transmission windows.
Wait, in here? Oh no. It's too quiet. It's too freaking quiet. I know someone's stalking me. Gunmetal? No. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. This is all looted up. But maybe they left it behind. No. I swear I'm hearing things. anything in here? Freaking got everything. It's a gamer over here. If I can't have my gunmetal, I'll have blood. A THAAD. That's exactly what I need. Activating my THAAD. Anybody here? I'm all alone? Well, that's kind of a relief, I guess, but that just means I was going paranoid and hearing things. This is just freaking completely looted. Oh, gunmetal? No! Should I just... I'm just gonna freaking get out of here. At least I have good gun. At least I have found good gun. Do another scan.
No one can hide.
There's nothing here. Oh, I wanted the good stuff. Birds are here. Where do you find gunmetal? Am I crazy? I think I know we're in Dire Marsh, but that's a Tomorrow Marcy problem. There's nobody. Then there's nobody to freaking fight. Take bot. Ooh, we did it. We freaking did it. And now I will go eat soup. Oh, I love soup. Well, thanks for everyone who tuned in. Another fun day of streaming. Appreciate y'all coming in and saying hi. I'm gonna go have great soup. I hope y'all have a lovely rest of your day. We're just kind of back to the same bullshit tomorrow, and then we will not have a stream this Friday, but starting next Friday we're going to be doing the new Pokemon Infinite Fusions game, and then we'll have a movie night on Friday to make up for what I thought was going to be movie night this Friday. Anyway,